Hello everyone, so today I'm going to be teaching you the fundamental basics of Blender. Now if you're anything like me and you've just started up, you're going to be looking at this and you're going to be feeling a little bit frustrated. You're not going to know what all of this means in the corner here, you're not going to know what this means. This is your timeline at the bottom for animation, by the way. You're not going to know what this means and you're not going to know what this means right here, so I'm going to teach you some fundamental basics here that I learned as I went on. So all documents start with a default cube, a default camera, and also a default lamp. So in the corner here as well, I also have a representation of my mouse and also my keyboard. So if I hit the letter A, that's going to select everything, and of course A will show up here. To unselect everything, I just click away into the void here. Also, this mouse will show me and also you what I'm clicking. So if I click the left button on my mouse, see, it highlights. If I click the scroll wheel, it highlights, and if I click the right one, it will highlight as well. So every document starts off with the default cube, as I've already mentioned, and if you would like to delete this default cube, as many users do, because who wants to keep the default cube, you press delete on your keyboard and it will delete. Now keyboards differ from laptops to generalized keyboards. If I want to undo this, I just press Ctrl Z. So your delete button may be in a different place to mine, but if you can't find your delete button, you just right click on this and you just press here, delete. I'll do that again, and if I want to delete it in another way, I can just press X and it will come up with delete. So if we go into edit mode right here, we can see that we have different sides to this cube, and we also have these little dots on the edge. Now these are your faces, your vertices, and also you have up here edge select, face select, and your vertex select. So your vertex select is these little dots on the corner right here. So we have one here, one here, one here, one here, and then we will have some on the base under here. If you want to select the sides of your cube or your sides of your object, you click here onto this one, and then we're just gonna click the actual side that we need. Now if you want to select multiple sides, you hold down Shift and then you will click the sides that you require. Just keep hold of Shift and you'll notice that the actual face itself will select. Now that's a general thing that does happen, because if you've selected all of these vertices right here, it will select the entire thing because you'll be working with that side. A no-brainer. So if I'd like to manipulate this cube, make it a little bit longer, I'm going to press A, which selects everything. And of course to rotate, you're just going to hold in the center scroll wheel and you can just drag and it will rotate on all axes. So if I want to elongate this cube, I'm going to go to S, and then I'm just going to press the center scroll wheel and I'm just going to drag across, and that will make it longer. If I want to make it longer this way, I will press S, center scroll wheel, and then just drag it. And of course we can see that this is no longer a cube. If I'd like to size this, I can press S. Don't press the middle scroll wheel, just let it go inwards and you can resize just as so. Now say if I wanted to manipulate this cube a little bit and I wanted to extrude one of these sides right here, I can press E for extrude and then just drag up to however high I would like it, and then I can press S to scale, E to extrude, and I have now a cube upon a cube. Now say if I wanted to take out this section right here. In fact, you know what? I'm going to show you how to make a television. So select everything, scroll across. This can be like the base of the television. Select this top here, and we go down Oops. There we go. Press extrude, which it's not done anything here, but I just need to scale it inwards so that we've kind of got a little stand here. Then I can extrude this upwards. So that would be our TV stand, so to speak. Extrude again. And then I'm going to click on this one here. It's going to be a little bit of a weird kind of TV stand, but I'm going to select that one, select this one, and so forth. Maybe scale this down a little bit. So I've got a shape like that. And then G for, so I can go up and down. Let's select this face right here. Maybe I'll extrude just a little bit. So this will be the TV stand. And I'm going to extrude again. Maybe just, excuse me 1 second. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to scale this. So it's not looking much like a TV at the moment, so I'm going to scale it outwards. And then we can place that there. Now you've noticed you can see these lines right here. This means that the vertices is intercepting here. So the way that we can solve this is we can either pull it forward and go G, and then these will disappear virtually, and then maybe extrude a little bit just to make that little part of the screen there, and then we go extrude, and I'm not going to do anything with it. I'm not going to pull it outwards, I'm just going to push it inwards. So I'm going to go scale, and then I'm going to go extrude again. Now I'm not going to go all the way to the back, as you can see it intercepts with the other vertices. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to take it a little bit back, just a smidge. Okay, so there we go. We have like a basic TV. It's not perfect, but it'll do for this tutorial. Or even a computer screen. It looks more like a computer screen, if I'm being honest with you. So if I want to manipulate the colours with this, oh, actually what we'll do first, we'll go back to object mode and I'll show you these options right here. So this is your wireframe option. So it'll show you all your vertices and where they are. Very handy if you're doing a big project and you need to find a particular point that you're working with. And also we can take off the background here so that we just have the object. Let's re-click that so it comes back, so all our measurements will come back as well. Then this one is just your normal setting that we've just seen. This one's more your detailed setting. So this will show your colours, this will show your textures. It'll show basically a rendered version of it that your computer can handle. Now, the last one is rendered. This is the one where it'll show the real shadows and stuff like that. So if we take this lamp right here and we press G and then we use a center scroll to just move it, you can see that the light's going to change there. And I can manipulate that as so. Now your camera, we'll talk about this in a moment, but I'll just place that in front of the screen. Now this screen is very grey, it's very dull. I would like to add some sort of colour, some sort of texture to it. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go back to this one, because we can see the colours on there. We're going to go to edit mode. And then we're going to come here to what looks like a world. And then you can see that the base colour here is white. So if I change this on the colour wheel, it will change colour as so. So I'd like maybe the edge of this television to be black, and then the middle to be almost like a grey colour. And maybe the stand, I'm not too sure. Maybe I can make the outside of the TV a grey, actually. So to colour this object, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the centre one right here and I'm going to make a new one. So we click new, we click assign, and I can put in here screen and press accept for that one. And then I can change the colour of the screen without changing the rest of it. Now you can see that this is selected and you can't really see what's going on, so I'm just going to click away and you can see that that changes colour right there. I go back to the actual original colour, and I can change it to any colour that I'd like. So I'm going to go with maybe a little bit of grey. And also, if this is a plasma screen, you're not going to see any reflections on there, so I'm not going to need any kind of reflective, which is the metallic kind of thing. If I turn up the metallic, it makes it very reflective. If I keep it down, it won't be. So the spectacle is, how do I describe this? It's basically the light that you can see bouncing off it. The roughness is how rough it will be. So you can see that I can make this a mirror. If I turn the roughness down, and if I turn the roughness up, then it'll be less of a mirror. So we know that TVs sometimes have a little bit of a reflection to them. So I'll just make that just slightly reflective. Now as for the original colour, the original material, maybe I want almost a black. Now if I've got a black plastic, the roughness on it won't be that rough. You'll have some sort of reflection, as you generally do on surrounds for TVs, more than you would on the screen. So I'll just do that, mess around with the spectacle a bit. And you can do a little bit of clear coat, just for like the protection of it. Maybe it's a bit too mirrored, so I'll just bring that roughness up a little bit. Now I want the stand to be a different colour as well, so I'm going to select the sides that I need. I'm going to press shift, and then I'm just going to go ahead and select everything that I would like to change. Maybe I'll change the base here as well. Okay, so we want to make this a brand new colour. So we're going to go ahead and press the plus button right here. And we're going to click new, assign. Click off this, and you notice that it'll turn white because our new assigned colour is white. We've not changed anything about it just yet. I'm also going to lower the spectacle. And this is how it should look. Maybe I'll just round off these sides just a little bit as well. So I'm going to go ahead and click for the sides and just pull that in a little bit. And there we go, one basic television. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring this up to the lines here. As you can see that it's just underneath the measurements. I'm going to press G, and then we will select for the middle and just drag it up to where we need to be. Also, I'm going to add a plane to this as well, and what the plane will do will just give us a surface to work with. Scale it up a little bit. Okay, so we're going to work with the camera now. And if I grab it in the corner here and just drag across, I can show you how to use this. You don't have to do this, but just for demonstration purposes, I'm just splitting my screen in half. So we're going to go to view, viewpoint, camera. So this is what the camera can see. Now you can see that the camera can't see the television because it's pointing this way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and turn it around. So we're going to press R for rotate, the center to choose our plane, and we're just going to rotate it to where we need it to be. I can just see the base of the TV there. And again, we're going to go ahead, rotate to the plane that we need it to be, and we're just going to bring it up. And you can see that I can sort of see the TV there, but it's a little bit too close. So we're going to go ahead and click G, and then we're just going to drag it back. Now, coming onto this plane right here, I'm going to press R, which is going to rotate it, and I can rotate as much as I want. And then we're going to press G, and I'm going to hold in the center, brings it back a little bit, and then G again, and just move the mouse to where I need it to be. So you can see that it's kind of cut off here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead on this plane, and I'm just going to rotate it down a little bit more. not the plane that I need it to be. That's wrong. And there we go. We can see that there's a television sat right there. Maybe bring it a little bit closer. And just across, just slightly. And there we go. So, let's just get rid of that. And then when I press render, you can see that we have the TV here. Now, working with the lighting itself, this is a white light. If I want to change the colour of the light, I'll just show you how to do now, and we will talk about the different types of lighting. Just going to make this a little bit smaller, so you can still see, but it's just easier. So right here is all your lighting settings. So we have a sunlight, which represents the sun. We have a spotlight, which will only see a little bit of a spot on, as you can see here. Then we have an area light, which is just a general light. So in this instance, I think we're going to go with the sun. Bring that over there. Maybe rotate. Actually, no, I think I'm going to go with the spot one. This seems better. So, we can increase our power just here, which gives us a little bit more light. As you can see, the shadows here are becoming a lot deeper. If I want to diffuse this a little bit, brings it down. Spectacle of how much light hits the object right here, as you can see, and then the volume of the light as well, and how far it can go. Now we can do the size right here, which will bring it outwards a little bit, and we can also do the blend. So this means that we have very sharp shadows to light. Excuse me. I go back to the blend here, and then if we add more of the blend, we can see that it blends more. It does what it says on the tin, basically. Now, I like this one, but I'd like to change the colour of it a little bit. So I'm going to go to the colour wheel right here. I can change it to an orange, a red, purples, blues, greens. I quite like the blues, actually. I'm going to change that to that. And then I'd like to duplicate this and add maybe another colour to it. So I'm going to go ahead and click Shift D. And you will get an automatic copy. And if you'd like it on the same plane, you just go ahead, click the centre scroll, and go here. So you can see that we have two lights here, and this one's not quite pointing towards it, so I'm just going to rotate this inwards. Maybe just bring it across just slightly. Now if I go back to my camera view, right here, viewpoint camera, you can see that we have two light sources. Now I want to change this one and maybe change it to a pink. Very hot pink. And bring both of these a little bit closer together, and we're just going to do that. I'll just press S and just move them inwards. And you can see that we both have the lights on those here. Viewpoint and camera again. Okie dokie. So if I'd like to increase the power of one of the lights, especially this purple one right here, because I think it's too dull, I can just go ahead and move that. Now let's do an opposite colour to the purple here. Let's do, say, a green. Or an orange. You see that the colours will mix right here. And perhaps I want a background as well, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to select both of these, Shift D, and then we'll bring them over here. Now, I'd like to rotate them around because they're pointing the wrong way, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and click R for rotate, choose the blue axis, and then we are going to hit on our keyboard 180 to change the direction to 180 degrees. And you can see that we have now a little shadow as well. And maybe I want to change the colours of these two. So you just go ahead and you just choose random colours. And I'm going to show you why this is important, because the lighting is a lot different from what the objects do. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add a default cube. And I'll show you what I mean by this. So we take our default cube right here and say we want to add the colour blue. And go on to this one and you can see that it's blue. Now we're in object mode at the minute, we're not in edit mode, but if I click Shift D and I duplicate this, the other cube is blue. So I want to change this cube to pink. And oh my goodness, the original cube's changed colour now. So I'm going to click Control Z. And you want these two cubes, two different colours, but you're not really too sure how to do it. So what we're going to have to do right here is go into edit mode. And because this is the same cube and you've just duplicated it, the computer is going to assume that you want it the same colour. So we're going to go with plus here, just like we did with the TV, and we're going to go new. And then we're going to assign, because all of this is selected right here. And you'll see that it turns white. And then we're going to go ahead and change this to a green colour. So now when we go back to object mode, we have two cubes that are the exact same cube because we have duplicated them, but they're different colours. And also when we go into the rendered version, they will remain different colours as well. Just bring these down. Now you see that my computer's handling this rendered version very well. If your computer's not handling it very well and it's very slow, you may have a lower graphics card than mine. My one at the minute is one of the best on the market, so it's going to behave differently to your computer. But don't despair about that. I started off with a notebook laptop, and the bare minimum that I could do with that was maybe make a water simulation. That was what it could do. Nowadays I can do much more because I invested more money into it. I got a job. I put maybe 100 away a month or something, and I got myself a better PC that could handle what I would like to do with it. So if you're starting out and you're struggling with this and your computer doesn't have enough power, don't dismay. Don't dismay. You know, there are other options for PCs out there that you can invest in. Okay, so that will be the end of our tutorial. Thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Okay guys, welcome back to Blender. So today we're doing a kind of funky, kind of sci-fi vibe design. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and add a plane. And what I'm going to do with this is, let's go to modifiers. We'll add a modifier. We're going to go with screw. So you can see the screws right here. You want to go with Y, I think it is. Hold on, no, Z. Z even. We want to just pull up the meters here and leave the irritations or whatever it is. I can't pronounce that. Let's go right click shade smooth. We got this nice little piece right here. So with this, we then want to go to add modifier, and we're going to go wireframe. And when we do the wireframe, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and put the thickness up as well. So we have this like kind of weird, kind of wiry thing going on. Let's click the relative as well, just to kind of give it that little bit of an edge. And this is what we have essentially in the end. So what I want to do with this, let's switch out from Eevee to cycles, and I'm going to go ahead and add another plane. So we're just going to go ahead and scale this out. I'm just going to go ahead and scale this across. So basically, essentially what we're doing is we're just duplicating this tower that we've just made and the light that comes with it. So what we're going to do is just going to go Shift D. And we can press 1, it will be there. But if we press -10, we'll be there. Shift D. And then we can go -10 again. Shift D. And then we can go -10 again. And we're just going to keep going until we've got enough of these for the background. So, Shift D, -10. So, what we can essentially do when we're making a computer background or anything like that, because usually our apps are on this side. So what we can do is we can do view. We can go align view, align camera to view. And this little box right here is our camera. So I'm just going to go ahead and pull this back. I'm also going to go to the camera settings and I'm going to go depth of field. Take the dropper. And we will select this one which is closest. And then we're going to essentially drop our f-stop for this piece. So, primarily, we should have this in focus right here. These should start to blur out within the project itself, as you can see right here. So when we render this, we'll see this one very much intact. I'm just going to go ahead and put a texture on it. Let's go with maybe a lime green or something. And then you can like change the colours of these ones as well, depending on what you wanted. Like a red. So they're going into the background and they're kind of just fading in. And this is just like a kind of basic kind of background that you could do, I guess. Just kind of show off your design skills and your experimenting. I do like to experiment with Blender quite a lot. I think it's cool to do that because then if you come into a problem later on, you can go like, oh yeah, I know how to fix that. It's cool. So this is just kind of like a little basic background kind of thing that you guys can do, just practice. You go ahead and just pull that out just a little bit. And also with the camera, what you can do, you can, let's see, you've got the clip start and end within the lens drop down. If you go ahead and just pull that back so you've got more meters, you can see that the background blurs a little bit more. So with this background as well, I might actually just turn around and just tone it down a little bit. So you've got that nice stark contrast. And just level up that plane as well. So you've got that nice transition between white and black. So that's the design that I've done today. I hope you guys like it. Please like, subscribe, all the usual stuff. And I will see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So I've got a little bit of a treat for you today, in the form of pumpkins. So I have 3 little pumpkins that are all going on right here today. So what I did was I was going to go to the shop and buy some big pumpkins, but the only problem is the big pumpkins had a few imperfections, and also I mean, it's a good thing that they had a few imperfections, to be honest with you, but these looks way cuter. You see this? Like, they're so cute. So, I thought we'd do some texturing today because I just thought that these looks absolutely amazing to make textures from. So, and then we've got the third one as well, which has got like a couple of bumps and imperfections. Hold on. Let me see if I can hold them all up. Oh, they're like, they've been kept in the fridge for the last week. So that's what they look like. It's a great demonstration. I'll get some photos up on here, don't worry about it. So yeah, I thought these 3 have different types of textures. So what I'm going to do for you today is look at textures and how to make pumpkins in the light of Halloween, I guess. So yeah, stick around and we'll learn how to make pumpkins. Okay, so we've got our little picture of our pumpkins right here, and all the different textures that are going on within these little pumpkins that we've got. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and just take this off just for one moment, and we're going to go with the first pumpkin right here, which is this one. And you can see that this one's quite wrinkly compared to the other ones. It's actually got some nice character to it. I like this one. So this is one with a really large stalk on it. And it's kind of got this little imperfection at the top as well, if you guys can see that. You got some like little textures going on and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do... Oh, they spin. They spin if you put them on a surface. They're quite... I like to experiment with stuff as well, because if you spin them on a surface, you'll actually find that they're not perfectly flat. They do have this nice little bump to the bottom of them, so definitely I will incorporate that into the settings and our sculptures. And then this one has like a little imperfection at the bottom as well, if you guys can see that. So yeah, like absolutely we're going to try and put these in. So yeah, the first one that we have, yeah, let's go ahead and build it. So this is my way of making pumpkins. If you've got your own way of making pumpkins, totally up to you what you'd like to do with your pumpkins. So let's go ahead. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and delete the default cube first and foremost, because we don't need that. 1 second. That's my software that I'm trying to delete there. Right, okay, so pumpkin 1, let's go with this one. To be honest with you, I'm just going to move the pumpkins a little bit because they are kind of in my way right now. So pumpkin 2 and pumpkin 3. Right, okay, so let's go ahead with pumpkin 1. So we're going to want to start off with an add, and we want to go ahead and we can add a UV sphere. Press S to scale this up. What we're going to have to do as well is go to the render engine, switch out Eevee cycles. You want to shade this smooth, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to press S for scale on this one. So let's go to screencast keys real quick so you guys can see what I'm doing. S to scale it down just ever so slightly. And what we want to do, in theory, let's go for a side view and top view on this one. So I'm just going to press 1 for the side view, and then we've kind of got this kind of experimental little bit that we can have right here. So what we're going to do, take this, we're going to go to edit mode, and I'm going to right click subdivide. So we're going to need a couple more extra faces for this project, especially the first pumpkin, because this is just going to be so detailed. So we're going to go over to the sculpt mode real quick, and what we're going to do, we've already got these little bumps on it, which is kind of great. We're going to go ahead and just flatten the bottom. So we could use clay foam for this, or we could use the flatten / contrast. So just pull up your radius just a little bit, maybe your strength as well. And we're just going to start to flatten out the bottom of the pumpkin right here, because this particular pumpkin has quite a flat bottom. So we're going to make the general shape of the pumpkin to begin with, and then we'll add the lines into this thereafter. So let's go ahead, just kind of pull this around a little bit. Not too flat in areas, but just flat enough so it's got some imperfections. You can rotate this round with the center scroll just by pressing it in, just as such. You can see the instructions right here, just on the side. And I'm just going to go ahead and just flatten this in. So, once we've got this nice flat bottom, I'm going to do... We need a flat top as well. So, let's just finish this up real quick. I'm going to turn this around, go to the top. And what we're going to have is, I'm going to do this in two parts. So you've got the stalk at the top, and then you've got the kind of base bit as well. I've just realised something as well. My photo's in the way. So I'm so sorry about that. Let's put the photo right here. So you've got center scroll right here. You just want to go ahead and just click to kind of make it flat, and then to move the camera around you like this. So we kind of just want to make this kind of flat at the top. It doesn't have to be perfect. Not every pumpkin's perfect. But we're making something of this the way that it is. So you can have kind of like a lopside on one side if you'd like. Let's go ahead. Just squish that in a little bit. Make those little imperfections. I think that's too much, to be honest with you, on my model, but let's go backtrack a little bit. I just want to get rid of this. Yeah, okay, so I kind of like this. So what I'm going to do, you can do this in one of two ways. You can either add to the model, or you can take away from the model. So what we're going to do is we're going to make the ridges in the middle. So these ridges, you can see that they're not straight, they're not perfect. They've got little lines to them, a lot of different wrinkles and stuff like that. So what you can do with this, and what I'm going to do is, let's just reduce the strength just slightly and the radius just slightly. We're going to do a little pimple just in the middle right here. So we've got a little bit of a dip just in the top, so to speak. You can also use a pull tool here. Just kind of pull this in just a little bit. This is where the stalk's going to sit. So just pulling the sides just ever so slightly. Kind of give it that nice little imperfection. You want it just about here in the middle. And if you make a mistake on the side as well, you've got the smooth tool, which should be, I believe. You can use clay if you want to. They've changed some of these. And you've also got this one as well, which kind of is cool. Just to pull things around. Just kind of make those sides a little bit bumpy. Stuff like that. So, you've also got a flatten tool as well that you can use. Just come up here at the side. You don't want it too deep in the middle, but you want kind of that little curve coming in. So, as I said originally, it doesn't matter whether it's inwards or it's outwards. What you're going to need is just something to make little bumps with. So I'm going to do mine outwards. So just start with this side. Might be a little bit too much at the side right here, so you can just go ahead and backtrack. Change down your strength if you need to, the radius up. I would say to about 100 at least. So you can get those nice little bumps in. Go around this side. Sometimes people use mirror modifiers to do this, but to be honest with you, I think you have more control if you could just do it yourself, kind of thing. Just gonna pull that up right there. And then what we're going to do, we're going to go into minus. So let's click on the minus icon. You just want to go in between these. So because these are quite big kind of folds coming in, we're just going to go minus. And then set your radius to a little bit lower. And we're just going to go in and just make some fine details. Just kind of pull this in just here. I might be getting a new microphone as well to do my tutorials with, because I feel that this mic is just too low. It's just not for me. I feel like I'm eating the mic. I'm like here, like lips to the grill kind of thing. And it's just a little bit tedious, to be honest with you. Yeah, as you come into the center here, just kind of make the lines a little bit more thinner. Just kind of come in. It doesn't have to look perfect if this is the first time that you've sculpted something like this. Don't worry about it. Practice. And eventually you should get there. Yeah, I can hear the voice of someone saying like, oh yeah, 1,000 hours doing something and you'll perfect it. But I guess it depends person by person, you know what I mean? Like, I know people that have learnt things really quickly, and then, you know, for me it's like I've taken my time sometimes with learning things, and that's okay too. Don't worry about it. This is your project. You know, everyone kind of finds their place eventually with artistic stuff and art and stuff like that. You know, people have told me that AI is eventually going to kind of take over what I do, but you know, AI is very good at doing things, but you know, it takes a human touch sometimes. I'm just gonna go ahead and just scale down my radius just here, and then I'm just gonna follow the kind of curves and the concaves that we've got going on here, just a bit thinner to the middle. Just gonna pull that in. So yeah, you kind of have this thing on top. I don't know whether you guys can see on the camera, if you guys want to see that. There we go. So that's what it looks like on top. So what I'm going to do, make these inner ridges, and then we're going to build up the outside once more. So inner ridge, inner ridge. I'm just going to go ahead, just scale down that radius just ever so slightly. Just bring this in. You want it quite relatively flat in the middle. Just to about there. So let's go around on that side. Let's go around on this side. Let's go ahead and pull some of these vertices in. And then what I'm going to do, let's go with like a pinch kind of tool. I think this is pinch, yeah, pinch. So we could pinch some of this just ever so slightly as well. Just kind of pull that in. Just to refine some of those details. Just turn your strength up a little bit with it. Should be fine. See what I mean? You could pull, make some more details. Might take you a while, but you get the hang of it. Make some nice little kind of veins, I guess you'd call them. Just kind of coming into the middle right there. Okay, so this outside part right here, what I'm going to do, let's go with the blob tool and plus. Pull your strength up a little bit. You might want to turn up your radius too. I just kind of define some of these going around the edge just ever so slightly. Just build up that build up that nice little layer. Just going to pull this one out just a little bit more. I think that we could have one just here. Kind of just peeking in. Little imperfection. I don't like that little blob. If you've got an issue, just Control-Z it. Let's go with that outside one there. A little bit more round. I can see on this one as well. Some of it's really smooth in some places, and then other places it's kind of like really stuck out there. So let's continue going round. And then we'll start adding little imperfections, smoothing some little bits out, and just primarily making the pumpkin a bit more pumpkin-y. So, once I've got to this bit right here, what I'm going to do, let's go clay. Let's just put a little bit of clay on this side, just make that little imperfection. And then I said as well, this actually rolls around on the desk. It kind of likes to roll under its own weight, so we could go ahead and just kind of add a little bit of a base to this. So just pull that imperfection out, push this in, and we get that little base going on. I'm going to go ahead and just make this a little bit smaller and just kind of put a little tuff on the bottom just here. So, once we get to the other bit, usually we do the stalk and we kind of build it up from here, but to be honest with you, I kind of just want to make it, I'd like to sculpt it a little. What I'm going to do, let's build up some of this in the middle as well. So you want the blob tool really, strength is good, but just kind of pull this up. Ever so slightly, just give it those nice little ridges. Just come up with this, up. You got those nice little ridges kind of starting to appear, some little details and stuff. Gonna go ahead and just pull some of these in as well. Oh, my hand's gone numb. I'm literally sat here going, and my hand's just like, it's gone. Right, let's see. So, I'm gonna pull some of these in, so let's go minus, take the strength down a little bit, take the radius down. Actually, you know what, strength might actually be good to be up, and then just kind of put this in between. Let's go that way. Pull it in this way. It doesn't have to look like the picture, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it's just kind of a reference to what you'd like. Really. Might take you a while to do like all of the details, to be honest with you. I'm kind of sat here just kind of like chilled about it, but yeah, depends what you want to do. So let's put that in. It's going to take you a couple of times as well just to get kind of the details in the right place that you want. Go ahead and just pull that in just a little bit more. Go to the bottom as well. Let's not neglect the bottom. You want it nice and smooth at the bottom. You see on the camera right here. Oh, did I get the right? Oh yeah, I did. Okay, so yeah, you can see on the camera right here there's little imperfections and stuff like that. But it's relatively smooth. If I kind of put that in the light a little bit, you can see how it's smooth, but you've got like the little bumps and stuff like that. Whereas the top isn't very smooth. And you can see the little partitions. Yeah. So, I'd say experiment. See what's going on with yours. To be honest with you, I think I might leave mine like this. I think there's certain things that I can do. I need to smooth out certain things. But, to be honest with you, for this tutorial, it kind of looks good. So, yeah, let's go ahead. We can have a little bit of smooth as well. Radius. I might smooth that out just a little bit. That's a little bit too much. That's just a bit too much right there. I'll just get rid of that a little. Okay, so we'll leave it at that bit. What we can do now is, if we go into render, you can see how this is how it's going to look. And if we go into objects mode, right click shade smooth if you haven't already. We're going to go up to the shading tab, and we're going to start to do some of the materials for this. So for this particular piece, now depending on what you want to do, because these have been sat in my fridge, they do have a little bit of moisture on top of them. So I mean, when they're sat in the store, they have more of a rubbery look kind of thing, but these have been sat in my fridge for a couple of days. So depending on what you want, will be the outcome. So with this particular one, we can see that the texture, if I can bring up, let's see, let's try if I can bring up this picture a little bit. Come on, let me. Okay, so huge picture. You can see the way that the texture is right there. So I might just leave this here actually, so you guys can see that. So what we can do, I'm not going to leave it across the entire screen because obviously you guys need to see what's going on, but you can pause primarily just to see what's going on. 1 second, I'm just trying to, this is the only problem with this software, it doesn't scale down very well. Come on. I'm like hovering over the blooming corner right here and it's just not responding. There we go. Okay. So, the texture for this one, obviously we're going to want orange. It's going to be an obvious one, so let's go with orange for this one. Now, this won't be the tone that we've got, but I can put orange on there. Let's go with add. And I'm going to go noise texture. Noise texture. Let's go with color to base color. Yeah, 1 second. I think I've just got a message off someone. So now we can see that we've got the base color right here, and we've got all this nice little fuzzy stuff that's going over the edge. Now this is going to be used for the texturing. So with the texturing on this, you've kind of got two different kinds of textures. You've got the tone texture, and then you've also got the physical texture as well. Now the physical texture we can change, we can make this a little bit different. So we'll go with the tone texture to begin with. So the tone texture, we generally have this nice kind of orange, and then we've kind of got this kind of very light orange at the bottom, and then we have like this green coming through as well. Now I'm not too sure whether it's just getting spots because it naturally spots, or whether this is dirt or something like that, but we can include it. So let's go noise texture over here. We'll go add and color ramp. Colour spelled the American way, not the British way. Let's go plus as well. Let's go to orange. Now this is really great for our orange that's kind of coming through, and the white bits that are just going to be randomly projected onto this. Now what we want to do is press plus, and what we're going to do is, let's go with a dark green. Just for some of those little imperfections that are going on. And what I'm going to do, let's bring up the black just ever so slightly, and the green we can keep there. And I think the orange is going to be the centerpiece right here. So, we kind of want a texture like this, but what I'm also going to do, let's do I think it's a mix. Yep. Okay, so we got factor A, which is going to be the orange. And then we're going to have factor B as well. Now, I'm not too sure why it's gone black and white, but let's see if we can work with that. I'm going to go ahead and add another orange to this, but a little bit of a brighter orange. Come on, let me... I'm going to get rid of the mix just for a moment. Let's go colour to base colour just real quick. Just try and get those oranges in. Maybe just reduce that green ever so slightly. Let's pull this across. Bit more orange in there. So we could go ahead and just make this slightly metallic. So you've got that nice little rubbery tone. And the roughness, I mean, you could bring the roughness down if you want to, but it will look like glass. So maybe just bring the roughness just upwards, just slightly. I'm going to get rid of this white. See what happens. Oops. Let's go minus on the white. We've got the orange coming through. Got the nice little yellow coming through just in the background. Some little green spots just randomly around. Scale this up, scale this down, whatever you want to do with it. You go like that, maybe bring in the texture, totally up to you. So right now this is what it looks like. So I think I'm just going to bring this texture in just ever so slightly. Reduce that green. We'll have the orange, this kind of subtle orange to begin with. Maybe scale this down just ever so slightly, or scale this up just ever so slightly even. So you've got those little partitions right there. And then what I'm going to do is let's go to add. We'll go noise texture again. And then colour to, you can either go metallic or you can go roughness. Totally up to you. So now we've got this nice little kind of texture that's going on in the background. So if I just zoom out of this just a little bit. I'm going to take these two for the base colour and just move them up. And then I'm just going to go ahead and move the texture down so you guys can see what's going on. You can go ahead and add a bump texture to this as well. Place the bump texture just there. Colour to height. It should kind of make this kind of texture if we turn up the distance just ever so slightly. And you can mess around with the fade as well. So what I would say with this is just turn the strength down just ever so slightly. So you've got that kind of nice little look to it. We could go ahead and start distorting this noise texture from the roughness. You go ahead, bring the roughness up. You can go ahead, bring it down, whatever you want to do. The detail, I'd say about there. And just reduce this just ever so slightly. So we're going into minuses here. Let's see. You see now that we've got this nice little bumpy tone. So this is the, I'm going to butcher this, the Lacnomas something. Yeah, so you can also distort this too. You can have like some crazy patterns going on, but to be honest with you, I don't think that's something that you'd want. So I'm just going to go ahead and change that to 0. So now you've got this nice kind of like rubbery texture going on. We could go ahead and change up the roughness if you wanted to, and this is how it would look. Go down and change the roughness again, and it kind of goes to a glass. So you just kind of want to play around with it, just see what's going on. Just as is. 1 second. So you could have something like that if you wanted to. I would definitely go back in on the sculpt mode and just kind of sculpt this a little bit more. I think that would work. I'm just going to go ahead and add a plane at the moment. Just scale this out so we've got kind of something for this to sit on. And go back to layout. Take your pumpkin. Press G. Bring it up. So now we can look at this just on a plane. Let's go S for scale, bring this up. And you can see that we now have this nice little pumpkin going on. I'd like to add some more texture to this, definitely. The bump texture, maybe we can edit that just a little bit. So if we go to shading, and we just come back on this. Let's go ahead and just pull that strength up a little bit. So you've got that nice little bump going on. Maybe we could use distance just a little bit. Okay, so once we've got that one, you can do a mix. You can do kind of like a mixed tone, but let's see, mix shader. So let's put this mix shader between noise, texture, and color ramp. Hopefully it works. For some reason it's not. So let's go shader 1. Should be something like that. Okay, maybe it's not working for me. It's even mix shader, it's another one. Let's go add. I'm thinking, because I always get this wrong with the mix ones. Let's see an add. So we've got factor A and factor B, which could work in our favour actually. So let's try the add. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this green real quick. Let's go minus for the green. So that we've just got this nice little orange going on. The yellows. And then I'm going to add kind of like a light yellow at the end. Kind of a white kind of yellow. Just about there. Pull that orange into it just a little bit. So you've got little imperfections, but it's fine. And then we can do, let's go with, let's go with another texture on here. So let's go with add. And we could do like a Veroni. I think it's called the Veroni texture. This will give some little scratches and stuff. Little imperfections, as you can see. So you can go ahead, scale this up, scale this down, wherever you want it to be. So that's going to give, say like, maybe it's got some, I don't know, like, texture differences, or whatever like that. So we can go ahead and put that on. And then if we take the factor just here, we can actually move this across and make it stronger, or we can take this back a little bit. So now we don't have perfections all over the place, we just have little perfections in just little places, you know what I mean? So you can go ahead and you can add more of these if you want to. You can add, let's see, you can go add again, and you could make, say, like little, I don't know, maybe mud fell on it or something like that. You could have some more little imperfections there. Totally up to you with what you want to do. I'm just going to go ahead and just take all of these and just press G, bring them up. And what I'm going to do, hopefully you guys can see what I'm doing here. So you've got like noise texture, Veroni texture underneath, ramp and stuff like that. If we take this one, just to go with Shift D, oops. we just want the add. Shift D. We can place the add here, and you could actually make some more imperfections with this. You could go with Shift D, make another one, and we can go colour to B, and we can go ahead and change some of these colours on the second one. So we have our nice little pumpkin going on just there. So with this particular pumpkin, I can see that we've got like little black marks, we've got couple of imperfections down at the bottom. So what I can do is take this white right here, we can make this black, and what I can do, so let's go to factor B just for 1 second. We can go ahead, scale this, rotate details, let's go roughness, a little bit more rough, maybe just on this bit. Scale this up just ever so slightly so it's got different patterns. So now we can go, this is from factor B, we can and this is factor A. So you see how factor A is really smooth, and then when you go to factor B, you've got all these little imperfections. So if you take maybe a mid step just here, say about 0.6, you've now got these nice two little textures that are going on just in the background, just where the pumpkin is. So yeah, that's basically the pumpkin itself, and we'll make the little spout that's going to come up on this as well. So let's go back to layout. I'm going to go ahead and add, let's go with a cylinder. A cylinder actually might work best with this. Let's go G, bring this in. We'll just put this in the center just slightly. Let's go G, bring this down. What I'm going to do is just make some imperfections. So let's go with the top face right here. I'm just going to press G, bring this into the middle. So it's generally quite small for the actual spout itself. So let's press A, scale in. Press G, bring it down. Just to about here, say. Let's go G. Oh, sorry. Let's go back with that one. So, what we can do, let's get this top face. We'll go G, bring this down just ever so slightly. S for scale. Then we're going to go E for extrude. And what you want to do is just bring this kind of in. So you get this nice little pattern. To be honest with you, I think I went a little bit too wide. So let's go on X-ray so we can see what's going on. So you just want to go ahead, scale this out. Maybe take this top face right here, bring this up. E for extrude. And what we're going to do is just bring this into a nice little cone at the top. Scale this in ever so slightly, and then E for extrude, rotate, G at the side, and then E for extrude, bring it out, scale it in as you're going up, just ever so slightly, and then E for extrude again, and then we're going to go S for scale, just bring it round. Now at this point you can do E for extrude, and then you can scale it in, E for extrude, scale it in. Now to do this, and the reason why I would do this is so that you can make little imperfections at the top. I'm just going to press G, just bring this down again. So it's a little flat, so it looks like it's been cut. Let's go slightly upwards there. Okay, so let's go right click, shade smooth. And what we can do is go into the sculpt mode right here. So let's go sculpt mode. You want to make little imperfections on there, so we can go ahead with the blob tool. You want to go minus, and you want to change your radius down and pull your strength up. So essentially what we're doing on this one is we're going to make little ridges. And my hand has gone numb again. My hand's like up here on my desk. Okay, so these little ridges that we're going to make. Let's go ahead, just pull this down. You're probably not going to see it on this one. I'm going to take this X-ray off actually. It's kind of really distracting. You can go with the objects mode itself, go to edit mode, and we can select A and then subdivide, subdivide, subdivide. As long as your computer can handle it, so we can make all these little lines and imperfections. So let's go back to sculpt mode. And we're just going to go ahead and just make like some lines on here, little imperfections, X, Y, Z. Kind of pull the base out just a little bit as you're doing it. Had some lines going up, maybe change your radius just a little bit too. Just kind of pull that in. Make some points at the top so it looks like it's just been cut, like randomly, or snapped off. Just like this. So we're essentially going to do the same thing that we did with the pumpkin with this. So what you need to do as well at the bottom here, just like pull it out just a little bit. Just give it that nice little ridge. Okay, so once you're done with this, what we're going to do is let's go to shader. Now we're going to be making a new texture with this, so let's just move this across. I'm going to pull this down so you guys can see what's going on. Essentially what we want is kind of green and it's kind of brown and it's kind of got some little white bits on it, and it's also got some fading, and I don't know whether that's due to the cut, but there are holes in the top of it. There's like little streams kind of stuff, if you guys can see that. It's like a little hole, so we could definitely put that in as well. Let's go ahead and add a nice little green to this. Let's go new. You got Principled BSDF and you've got the Outlook. Let's go add. We'll go for a noise texture to begin with. It's generally my go-to. Let's go color to base color. And we're just going to go ahead and scale this up just ever so slightly. And what you want is almost like, you know when you do stars and you've got a noise texture with stars, you want that nice little contrast of the stars and you want that nice little contrast of the back. So this is what we're going to try and achieve. So let's go with add and we'll go color ramp. Put this one in the middle right here. You're going to want to pull the black up a little bit. You want to pull these two colours together. This is what's going to make the contrast. And then we're going to add, in the middle, a nice little deep green. And we're going to make it slightly grey as well. So you want a kind of faded, nice little deep green. Just about there. If you guys want the exact same colours that I have, all you need to do is type in the hex at the bottom right here and it will give you the same tones. Really neat thing that you can do. Okay, so I'm just going to reduce this white just a little bit. So we've got little imperfections, little spots. And then I'm just going to go ahead and just scale down the noise that's going on here. Maybe we'll put this as a 0. And then just work from there. See how this looks. So we can also mess around with the roughness as well, depending on what you want. And I'm going to go ahead and just roughen up this anyway because it's quite dry. Let's go scale, rough this up. Move it back there. That looks pretty good. This green is a little bit too much for me. I'm just going to make it a little bit more grayer. Just about there. Okay, so once we've got that, you've got your kind of little noise textures going on. What we can also do is I'm going to go with add again. Let's go with color ramp right there. Let's go add. So that's our base color. Let's go add. I think it was shader. Shader. No, it wasn't. I forget. Hold on. Let me go into the other material. So I think material 1 was the orange and it was just add. So this one. Let's go copy. And let's go to the other material. And then we paste. So the add right here. So we've got this nice little grey. You want to go with color ramp and noise texture. Let's shift D that one. Move these two down so you can see what's going on B. Plug it into B and we'll go factor B all the way so we can see what's going on. And let's go with, we kind of want a black and white on here. Let's go delete. Oh, sorry. Let's delete this grey, brown, kind of green colour off here. Let's go black to white to get that nice little contrast. Maybe scale this down just ever so slightly. Let's go to 0 again. Bring this up. It should, in theory, bring it up. I think we're just waiting on the effects right here at the moment. But I'm just going to go half fade this. Just to about there. Some reason this noise texture is not working. Let's go with the Voronoi. On this side. So Voronoi texture right here. We'll go color to FAC at the bottom. Just kind of pull this up a little bit. For some reason it just doesn't want to do it on this one. Huh. Interesting though. So yeah, let's take the factor down. Just kind of like have a half and half kind of factor. Hopefully that renders in a moment. So you can go ahead and you can make your metallic a little bit more if you wanted to. But to be honest with you, with it being quite dry, I wouldn't. Let's go ahead and add a noise texture again. And then this one is going to go colour into metallic. Keep your roughness up. And then we're just going to go ahead and scale this up. So now we've got some nice little texture going on. Just on the outside of here. And you can go ahead and add a bump as well. Let's place the bump just in the middle. Colour to height. And then we can do strength. We can also do distance. And just filter that out just ever so slightly. So now we've got this nice little pumpkin going on. From the original. If you want to, you can add some little imperfections to this and stuff. I don't know whether I want to do this as one huge video or whether I'd like to do this as like multiple videos. I think I might do it as multiple videos because we are on the 48 mark at the moment. Well, 48 for me at least on the second recording because I had to make the introduction. So, yeah, I think I might do this as 3 separate projects actually. I'm going to go ahead and just sculpt some of this again. Let's go to sculpting. I'm going to make some little bumps and imperfections for this particular one. And just kind of tap it all over the place. Strength all the way up. And just start tapping. You can improve your radius if you want to. Let's go. Just kind of give it a little bit of texture additionally to what we've given it. You don't want it too sharp, but you want just like that nice little bump kind of going on. Okay, so when we render this is what it should look like. Like some more little bumps on there. Stuff like that. So that's our first kind of pumpkin kind of style that we've gone for. We could add some more detail just on these little ridges right here. So yeah, this is the first one. And I'm going to do the second one in another tutorial, and then I'll do the third one in a third tutorial. Hopefully they will be out relatively at the same time. So yeah, if you guys like this tutorial, like, subscribe, and I guess I'll see you guys in the next one. Cheers, bye. bye.